Greetings, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show in which I walk and talk. I am beginning this sentence with the thought preceding it being that I was going to remark about the experience of observing my attention go towards the feeling of words coming out of my mouth while I spoke the words as I begin this sentence. However, now I'm looking back and I'm wondering whether that particular thought occurred while I was actually speaking the initial words of the sentence, or if it was an idea that occurred before I started speaking the sentence. And I'm wondering that because it seems suspiciously that idea would have had to occur suspiciously fast for it to occur in the time after I began speaking any words at all, but before the time when I redirected the subject matter of the sentence to be about my attention shifting towards the experience of hearing and feeling the initial words come out of my mouth. And now, as I have said all of this that I've said, it strikes me that none of these words that I have said really did occur in my mind, in my conscious awareness at least, before I began speaking. And that is somewhat of a relief, because all of the ideas that were in my mind, all the thoughts about what I might say, seemed unsatisfactory to me because they seemed like insufficient and irrelevant and already a dead kind of knowledge. But then to be able to speak in a way that is self-reflexive, that is maybe just at least apparently building upon itself and not doing too much of referencing anything else, somehow avoids some kind of danger of saying things that are either too true or too false, or both, as I think it's usually the case. However, I'm going to attempt in this moment to start speaking more continuously without leaving any of these pauses, because I think that's just quite simply what the task at hand is. To keep speaking without thinking in between. To keep speaking coherently, but I'm finding it difficult, very difficult. But it might be because I'm walking up a steep hill. As it's like my ability to articulate or to keep the thought in mind is, I feel it lacking. It feels fuzzy. I fear that I'm completely rambling. I fear that I'm just clouding your consciousness, that I'm filling it up with a dense fog of smoke and a bunch of clutter. But I'm going to go on. I'm going to continue with a sort of hope that this will somehow resolve, that I will be able to somehow retroactively make some kind of sense of what's going on right now with this talking, to retroactively attribute it some kind of meaning, or for it to for this current feeling of relative confusion to lead towards something that is not so confused, or maybe even perhaps is a different perspective on confusion itself, or something like that. But then how does that occur? Is it through changing my state of mind over the course of this? Or is it more through accepting my state of mind through the course of this? And if it is, then is accepting my state of mind actually a form of changing my state of mind? I think it would be. However, I'm also suspicious that something like a true acceptance of anything is really possible, just in the sense that it seems like time keeps on moving and everything keeps on changing, and even what's accepted is never permanently acceptable. But this, I feel, dissatisfied with this whole way of talking so far. But my question is that dissatisfaction, how should I react to this dissatisfaction? Is it by trying harder to change the way that I'm thinking and speaking to a way that I like more, or should I be continuing on with the dissatisfaction with some kind of faith that it may abide or transform into something else over time? I guess that's the same actually kind of question that I just articulated earlier about whether or not to accept my state of mind. But then let's that's kind of like an interesting mental loop in which it would seem on the surface that my thought process was proceeding forward or progressing, but was in fact just kind of repeating the same type of process, it seems like. Like, is it different or is it the same? Is this moment different than the last one, or is it the same? I feel pretty much deeply embarrassed of what's going on right now, because I'm imagining this to be painful to listen to on your end, and as far as I can tell, this feeling of embarrassment and the revelation of this embarrassment to you is also not helpful whatsoever, because I'm imagining your experience of listening to this and your kind of mirroring a feeling of discomfort while listening to this. As in, I'm imagining that it can't be pleasant to listen to someone expressing discomfort, especially when I'm now kind of implicating your role in this discomfort, in the fact that you are crucially implicated in this discomfort, because I'm speaking to you. I've made public these thoughts that I am articulating, and that's where the feeling of embarrassment comes. Whereas if I were not recording this with the intention of making it public, then I would probably not be feeling any kind of embarrassment. I would probably just be having another sort of low-lying, low-level form of discomfort, that one of the relative isolation or something like that. The isolation of my thoughts. But it is interesting to hear myself describe all of this to you in a manner that would suggest that there is at least some possibility that all of this has become retroactively made sense of enough for it to be shared with you. That there is some kind of hope. And to be honest, some part of me does have this idea that it's only by going through these uncomfortable, what is this? I hesitate to say self-reflection, this uncomfortable examination of thought, or uncomfortable negotiation of who I am and what I'm doing here and what is my relation to you. What is the point of this? That might break down my calcified patterns of thought in order to open up more possibility for something that feels fresh and new and alive and life affirming or something like that. And also, I don't discount the possibility that once I get to the top of this very long and steep hill, that the decrease in the physical exertion will contribute to some calmer mode of thinking as well, and speaking. Maybe one thing to keep in mind here, one thing that is at least appearing to me as perhaps a useful strategy of continuing going, is just to note here that I have in fact continued speaking for this time, for several moments it seems, at a very acceptable rate of speech, which does in fact satisfy the explicit guidelines of what I'm doing here. That is, just to keep talking. But and that maybe is implying a type of attitude or desire to assent to some perspective that might be somehow outside of what might otherwise be my habitual perspective, that is characterized by this the self-doubt that you may be detecting in this speech so far. That is, maybe this framework of compelled speech that I am obeying right now has some purpose to encourage the noticing and maybe a gradual shift into this other type of perspective, or different relationship to, well, everything, I suppose, but mainly a different relationship towards, let's say in this instance, comfortable or uncomfortable feelings with regard to what at least ostensibly amounts to myself, or aspects of myself, that is, everything that I'm saying and thinking. And in the process, maybe, and this all in some sense seems speculative, because I can't say honestly that it's really what I'm exactly experiencing right now. In fact, it's really not what I'm experiencing. I don't think at the moment. I don't feel any kind of meta perspective or outside of myself or expanded sense of self. I just really feel like a individual consciousness kind of stuck inside my body uncomfortably, walking up a steep hill, and but having this idea of something other than that, something more expansive feeling, and more deeply joyful, or something like that, you know? Because after all, isn't that what we're all kind of after anyways, just to be happy, and hopefully in a way that is hopefully relatively deep, as in, you know, you know what I mean, like not just a fleeting, superficial type of happiness, but the deeper, more joyful kind that might even be able to encompass states of being that are associated with discomfort or pain or suffering, even possibly. You know what I mean? Isn't that what everybody basically wants ultimately? And so maybe I think that I hope that by just continuing on in this relatively uncomfortable state, might be able to bring on something like that. But then also, you know, the part of me that seems to have some traces of memory from these quote-unquote desirable experiences would characterize them as being something apart from experiencing reality on the desirable versus undesirable dichotomy or spectrum or whatever, like transcending that spectrum of desirable versus undesirable, or maybe even joyful versus not. But just trying to be honest here, that I do feel discomfort, that something about this does on one level seem undesirable. However, I am, if I am being fully transparent here, I am detecting traces or glimpses or little inklings of a relationship to this present experience, this moment, if you will, that are not interpreting it as undesirable, and I'm trying to sort out whether this inkling of a feeling is coming like directly from my experience, so to speak, before my verbal thinking, before the thoughts that I'm speaking, or if this is like an interpretive mode that is deriving from the ideas that I'm saying, you know, that I have been variously comparing my perceived state in the present with something else, a different frame of mind or type of experience that is not perceiving or perhaps interpreting this as negative. And when I use the word interpret with relation to my experience, it would seem to imply a certain amount of optionality or choice in how I experience the present moment, which is interesting. And so is it possible for me to just choose to experience this would be uncomfortable experience in a more neutral or perhaps even positive way? And I feel inclined to say yes, or at least to think about something that I can interpret as positive in this particular moment, which is also just to point again to the fact that I have in fact maintained talking here in a pace and a way that that does not immediately strike me as intellectually dishonest or lethargic or torpid, and merely the fact that I have managed to do so for a significant chunk of time while walking up a very steep incline. And this is interesting because this is now, you could say, a reinterpretation of the very experience that I was just recently describing as exactly the source of the potential of the negative interpretation of my experience. You know, this is actually a reinterpretation of the very discomfort of this experience. Even you know, and it is possible now in this very moment to even recall the various experiences that I had in these recent minutes, and recall the various ways that I was verbally describing and interpreting them as being difficult, as being embarrassing, uncomfortable, so on and so forth, confused, not knowing. It's now possible for me to reinterpret all of that in the present as an achievement that has occurred, and that leads me to in this present moment, well, it's maybe tempting to then succumb to some kind of positive interpretation or feeling of this present moment of having achieved something already, which in my conception of things I'm slightly suspect of, because it could then that type of acceptance or resting on my self-composed laurels, as it were, could contribute, you know, to a laziness, a lassitude in my kind of like karmic dealings, if you will, or my the various interactions between my thoughts and my internal sensations, otherwise known as feelings, which would then at some point lead me down the dark path towards more discomfort and embarrassment, but then that would really just, you know, start the cycle all over again, and I would have a difficult experience to overcome again, which would be another achievement. So in light of this, it kind of doesn't really matter that much whether I, you know, come out of suffering or experience joy or spiral back into suffering, or and mind you, I don't want to sound dramatic, because at least from this present perspective, even referring to what we've experienced so far, what I've experienced, and perhaps what you to some extent may have experienced sympathetically, as suffering might be a little bit rich, that might be a little bit drama queen. But however, it perhaps remains instructive just to notice the even minuscule, non-dramatic ebbs and flows in our emotional topography, as well as our conceptual interpretation of our experience and the ways that those two things interact with each other and are entwined with each other. Perhaps also in the service of just picking apart the causal relationship between each other, or not necessarily causal, but how they're intertwined with each other. That is, our thoughts and our feelings. And I have to remark that now, like if I was, I'm just like searching my experience for what is the most relevant about it to speak. What would be the best overall characterization of my present experience? And I think that I would say that there's a good amount of almost excitement, like not quite excitement, but interest. There's a level of interest and a feeling of possibility, actually, that is tied to everything that has occurred so far, that does actually feel linked, or just continuous with everything that I've described so far, including the feelings of discomfort and so on. Now I'm walking on a bunch of slippery ice, but it's not as steep. I have a feeling of interest now in what is going to happen next, and where it could go. Or another way to say it is that I have a feeling of possibility about this walking and talking, about this process that I'm involved in at the moment. And it stretches retroactively to also in that I don't presently feel particularly cringe or embarrassed about what's been said so far, which is actually very reassuring to hear myself say, noting that I can remember very clearly describing in some depth my feeling of embarrassment about what I was saying, what I had said in the immediate past, and so on and so forth, and expressing my doubts and insecurities about what I might say overall during this episode of Walking and Talking. However, at this point, I do actually feel a type of acceptance of that doubt and insecurity, and this probably comes as no surprise, being that some of these feelings that I am describing now towards my own talking were at least hinted at within the previous things that I said, even while experiencing some mild emotional duress and That is, some of these things that I am saying now do seem to have been forecasted previously, owing doubtlessly to my memories of previous episodes of Walking and Talking. And which also begs the question now, to what extent is my present state, which I would describe as relatively emotionally unencumbered, although not reaching any extreme such as bliss or ecstasy or total blitheness or anything like that. To what extent is this unencumberdness owed to a type of willful interpretation of myself and my thoughts and feelings and experiences in a positive sort of light? To that, I'm not totally sure, but whether it is or not, kind of seems like not the most relevant thing, or not a crucial point. That is, whether this is a result of some strategy of positive thinking or not. However, let me just, if we can kind of end that paragraph, and I can start again by kind of like trying to describe what seems most relevant about this experience. And it's interesting that I notice now that it's probably not exactly possible to describe this experience from anything approaching like a clean slate or a fresh start or anything like that. And that, especially considering this is all a verbal description, everything is going to come with the influence of the past in it, which, well, conversely, we could also say that what the past is in this case is actually interpretive from the perspective of the present. That seems pretty true. That seems pretty evident to me, that like how I would describe various past experiences within this episode of Walking and Talking are dependent on how I am experiencing the present, or you know what I mean? That various experiences have, as you may have noticed, been described in slightly negative or slightly positive, or perhaps somewhat neutral terms during various stages of the process. However, this is somewhat of a tangent. I was going to be describing my present experience and what seems the most relevant about it. And the immediate thing that comes to mind is a relative feeling of ease. And, initially I had the impulse just to say it's a feeling of ease. But then I said relative, and I guess that hints to the fact that this present interpretation of the present experience as being one of ease, or characterized by ease, is apparently in relation to the memory of a recent prior experience being one of unease, namely I think the physical discomfort of walking up the hill and the associated mental discomfort of the speaking while doing that. And this is not necessarily attributing causation to either the physical or mental aspects of that experience. Just noting the temporal correlation of the difficult physical experience and difficult seeming mental experience in relation to what I'm describing as the present experience being one of ease both physically and mentally. Just to appreciate that I'm walking on fairly level ground here, and that if I am to assess the general feeling of the flow of thought and speech for the past several moments, it is one that seems to occur without great difficulty. It is not. It's not like something like it is automatic outpouring or flow, but it's a relative flow. That is, I mean, it's not like what myself is disengaged from the speaking, or at least not that I am aware of. Because I mean, if speaking were to be like a process of kind of like easy, like rolling downhill, and I mean, just geographically speaking, I am on the top of a mountain now, and I will eventually be walking downhill, and doing the kind of reverse of the walking uphill that occurred at the beginning of the episode. And this current stage represents a kind of early middle part that is where geographically I'm walking on relatively level ground, or a type of plateau, if you will. Not necessarily to imply that my thinking and consciousness is at anything like a plateau necessarily. However, it is as if like the relationship between my perceived self and the words that I'm saying is kind of flowing along at what I can only kind of describe as a neutral kind of pace. It's not as if there's no effort involved, but it's also not as if there's any pained difficulty or extraordinary effort involved at the moment. But it is very interesting for me at this moment to observe the kind of like phenomenological difference from this experience, as in, I mean, that's kind of a unneeded word. Just the difference in this experience from what I can conceive of this experience from without, as especially beforehand, but evidently it seems also afterwards. Hi.
How are you?
Good. That is, even though I've done 113 iterations of walking and talking in the past, still, every time that I am thinking about doing another one or preparing to do another one, or even en route to begin another one, or even just preparing to press the record button and begin, my conception of what I'm doing is still mired in great uncertainty. As in, it's a whole mess of judgments rooted in various value systems, and I'm constantly scanning throughout various value systems and even attempting to invent new ones that will reconcile walking and talking and just tell me what it is that it is and that I'm doing. And I always find it impossible, and even when I do begin and I begin talking when I begin talking from within one of these value systems, these extraneous value systems from walking and talking, I immediately run into trouble or a great amount of cognitive dissonance. And sometimes this even causes me to stop recording. And what I mean by these extraneous value systems is just like the systems of meaning that are concerned with other aspects of life that are not walking and talking, that are not this. As in, I need from outside of walking and talking, I'm conceptualizing it based on it being a YouTube series, or it being distributed on a podcast distributor, and then trying to place it within those contexts. And I always feel tempted to evaluate it or to make judgments about what it should be like in relation to those contexts and the other content that exists in those contexts, or even aside from that, I will always have a tendency to try and evaluate walking and talking, or to try and premeditate the next episode of walking and talking based on perhaps other moral systems, or other intellectual systems. That is, to put it more simply, that I am always kind of mentally trying to determine how it is that walking and talking is adding something quote unquote good to the world, or intellectually relevant or important, or just adding something intellectually or morally to the world, or aesthetically even. And so I inevitably always have some type of mess of interacting impressions of what walking and talking should be like before I start it. Some kind of mess of intellectual, moral, aesthetic judgments that I feel should shape what I say and how I speak. And then when I actually begin speaking, I get the sense that in order for it to continue, it almost has to be allowed to determine its own value system, or lack thereof. I mean, this is, or I should perhaps be slightly more humble here and say that at the very least, I'm not aware at the moment of the value systems that are shaping this. That it could very well be that they are present and shaping what's going on. That seems maybe even to be expected, but that I'm not conscious of them actively. And to be honest, I do sometimes become conscious of what will appear to me as something like some kind of ideological bent, or just some kind of framework that I become conscious of during the process of walking and talking, that has been shaping it without my being conscious of it. And then when I become conscious of it, then ostensibly at least I can continue to talk outside of that framework, it would seem. Now this is all slightly abstract in that it's dealing with walking and talking as a whole, and not necessarily focusing on this exact iteration or moment within walking and talking. But I would say, like, once again, I feel somewhat encouraged by how it seems like the time is just elapsing. I mean, this is a funny thing to say. That I was going to say that I feel encouraged that time is elapsing without too much experienced difficulty or pain on my part in this act of talking. However, I think that I should just be encouraged by the fact that the time is elapsing, regardless of what the content of that time is, feeling-wise or thought-wise. You know, like, you know, to also acknowledge that the fact that some portion of this was experienced by me as difficult, or was described by me as difficult. And so, similar to what I said earlier, the mere fact that I am still here talking to you is like, I would say encouraging that like basically that I am just completing the task, that I am managing to talk, that time is elapsing. But this almost amounts to me saying just that I'm encouraged by the fact that time is elapsing, which is an interesting thing to say, because this experience of time elapsing seems to be inevitable and constant. And it's almost equal to saying, like, I'm encouraged by the fact that I am alive right now. Because I also would say that the experience of time elapsing and the experience of being alive are perhaps identical. Because I don't feel that the experience of being alive is possible without this experience of time elapsing, and I don't think that the experience of time elapsing occurs anywhere outside of being alive, that is, after death or before birth, or in any kind of hypothetical, theoretical, abstract other state other than being conscious. Which is also tantamount to saying simply that, if you take the implications of that I just said, then that's like saying there is no such experience as not being alive. But then what I just said is also kind of a tautology, because I think that in my conception, experience and life are pretty much identical. And time is pretty much identical. But then, feeling positive about this is interesting, because it's like feeling positive about something that's inevitable and essentially eternal. That is the state of consciousness. And I don't mean the particular characteristics of you or I as individuals, but I just mean the kind of phenomenal aspect of consciousness, that there is experience at all, is something that is essentially eternal, because in the absence of consciousness, there's no time. You know what I'm saying? Like, to what extent is there time if there's no experience of it? It's a contradiction, It would be contradictory. Like, time is basically consciousness. But I mean time like the experience of it, as in now. Like, It's more like saying not time as the abstraction of time, but time as now, you know? Because then, like, if you say the word now, and it's not so much referring to something abstract as it is actually referring to experience. Because also, if you say experience, like, where can experience exist other than now? Or when can experience exist other than now? It can't. And then, but then, like, to feel positive about this, about eternity, that's an interesting thing. Like, how could I be feeling positive about the inevitable and the eternal? Like, shouldn't I just be perfectly neutral about it? But I mean, the implication is that despite the fact of death, that consciousness is always here. It can't ever go away. You know what I mean? Like, even if, and of course, the content of consciousness, the kind of manifest specific particularities of it must always change. They must always succumb to change and to death. I mean, death just being another form of change. And it's necessary that we can't know what other forms consciousness can take. It's necessary that there's a vast unknown aspect of consciousness and life. I mean, just like that we can't predict exactly what our experience will be like in the future, and we can't even predict with total certainty what kind of person will be like in, say, 10 years or something or so. We can't quite predict the ways in which we will have changed. It's kind of like death, and what lies beyond death is just like that to a greater degree. That we necessarily can't predict what form consciousness would take, but we can say that I think that it must always have this quality of having an unknown element to it. Or another way of putting it, that it would always have this element of time. And by time, I don't I don't mean to limit this to exactly the linear temporal sense of time that we operate under, but I mean it to equate the experience of time or the experience of nowness with this meeting of the known with the unknown. That is to say, like, for there to be consciousness, for there to be life, and this is what you're experiencing right now. You're alive, and I can. It's amazing. I can just say this: you are alive, and there's no question of adding a conditional to that statement. Like, it doesn't make any sense for me to say if you are alive, you know? That wouldn't make any sense for me to say that to you. You're hearing this, you're experiencing this, you're alive, and you're experiencing. You're experiencing without any doubt. It's not even a coherent idea to add any conditional to the statement that you are experiencing. Like to say, if you are experiencing this. It doesn't make any sense. You are experiencing this. But more importantly, you're experiencing. You know? You're experiencing. And there's something there experiencing not knowing everything. There's something there experiencing the fact of unknowing. And this can take the form of the future, that you don't know the future, or it can take the form of space, that you don't know what lies far away from you, or it can take the form of conceptual space, of that like we have a framework of thought. We have some kind of conceptual schema of that creates abstract rules in order to build a model of reality. But there's some kind of limits beyond which we cannot quite abstract and know. Evident that even in what seems to be the most solid kind of knowledge that we have, that knowledge is always directing us towards what we don't know. And in fact, I would even say that, like, knowledge itself, like, always kind of contains even within it what we don't know. but to have a positive feeling about what I'm essentially saying is everything that exists, which is, to say, let me clarify, to have a positive feeling about, what I referred to earlier as time elapsing, but which is better just described as the experience of nowness, excuse me, or which is better described as consciousness, or just experience itself, or like, you could just broaden this to this, this, like, look at this. And when I say this, I'm almost trying to figure out a way that I can avoid a type of referentiality that involves locality. Like, when I say this, I don't mean like you imagining me or where I am in space, or like where in space my voice is coming from, like not just your headphones or your speakers or wherever the sound is coming from, but I mean this in terms of like the totality of your experience in this moment right now. And then to like, how do you feel about this in the broadest sense that you can conceive of it, as in like just like the grand totality of your present experience. And I'm hoping to refer not to the specific characteristics of your experience, but the just more general phenomenal that you are experiencing. And then to ask, is there something that exists outside of that? Is there something that exists outside of this? And in what sense? If so, in what sense can it be said to exist? And I don't mean to imply any type of solipsism. I don't mean to deny the consciousness of others. Because I'm really trying to speak about just consciousness in the most fundamental sense. Like that which is like right here, not exactly right in front of us, but are enveloping us or something. Am I like, is consciousness inside me, or am I inside it? Or am I, is there no meaningful distinction between what I refer to as I and consciousness? But I mean, I will just say that to feel well, to be able to think about this big this, and at least as far as this present experience goes, it's like, to the extent that I am able to think about it, I feel happy about it. I feel a sense of profound wonder about it, even though it seems so obvious and inevitable. And also that, to the extent that what I'm talking about and what I'm thinking about is this big this that's this eternal now, that the extent that, let me just say this. What I'm trying to get at is like the biggest thing that there is, and is eternal, and is just total unbounded joy. It's like beyond good. It's like as good as anything could be. And it's eternal. And it's what this is right now. It's what you're in all the time. Even when you think you're not. Even when you feel fucked up and shitty. Even when the world looks like shit. Even when the world is fucked up. Because to the extent that you feel fucked up and shitty, at least in my experience, that fucked up and shittiness is almost equal to the experience of feeling limited temporally, spatially, conceptually, emotionally, isolated. Like when you feel fucking doomed. When you feel doomed? It's real to feel doomed. It's not a mistake to feel doomed. However, what's doomed was always doomed. And what is doomed is the limited. But what's eternal is the expansive. What's eternal is without individuation, without distinctness, without being cut off. I mean, actually, what's eternal contains the individuation. There's a constant process of manifestation of individuals, of particularities, shapes of consciousness, and so on. Characteristics, qualities, and each single one of them is doomed. Each single one of them was doomed before it was birthed. But the broader process that all of that is part of is eternal. But it's even maybe not quite true to call it a process. because it's also just this now, this. It's just this. Question. You know when you feel shitty? You know when you feel like shit? Is the feeling of shittiness equal to the experience of feeling cut off? Or like, as if this instance of what you feel identified with feels like it can't go on? As in, when you feel physical pain, it's like this indication that something is wrong with your body, and your body can't keep going in the exact same way that it's going, or just you feel like maybe not physically, but mentally and emotionally fucked, like you can't like you're isolated and you can't connect with other people, or the Schopenhauerian loneliness, that you're stuck inside there, and you'll never fully relate to other people. Or when you feel like your endeavors are failing or have failed. Or that the world at large is not embracing and celebrating the particular qualities of you as an individual. That the world at large does not recognize your subjectivity the way that it should. I'm walking around a burnt forest, by the way, on the top of this mountain. And I can see really far. But isn't all this suffering associated with aspects of the self that are in fact limited temporally, as in they are not going to last forever, as in they're doomed, but perhaps even mercifully doomed? It's okay if you are doomed. It's okay if we're all doomed. we should be doomed. But what I'm saying is that what's most real about you, what's most fundamental about you, is never doomed, is in fact always here. And it's also, mercifully, it's the aspect of you that's without suffering. It's like the best aspect of you is eternal. That's fucking sick. That's like things couldn't be better. Things could not be better. I mean, at the most fundamental level of reality, I'm saying it's nothing but goodness. And it's like goodness all the way, like turned all the way up, like to the max. Can't get any more good. That's fucking sick. That's fucking sick, man. Like, let the doomed aspects of you be doomed. And on a societal scale also. You know that feeling when it feels like our society is doomed? And you know that feeling when it feels like our society is fucked? And then also what comes with that is the feeling that maybe our society should be doomed. That it shouldn't, we wouldn't even want it to go on like this. You know? And but then it's like, it's the shittiest aspects of our society that are the most doomed. The most fucked up and disturbing and painful aspects of our society are the ones that are the most doomed. I say, and so they should be. But then, like, you know, if I try to think of what's the most fundamental thing about society, just that there are other people. That there is some kind of interaction between people. And this is obviously necessary even for there to be an individual. There's no individual without there being multiple individuals. or that like to the extent that you can to the extent that you identify yourself as a being with certain characteristics, it's always going to be the case that there are these other beings that you recognize with varying degrees of similar characteristics, which is in one interpretation simply owing to the shape of your consciousness and your perspectival and conceptual apparati, that is the same kind of physical and mental devices that lead to your consciousness being shaped such that it is, will also lead to you recognizing others outside of yourself to varying degrees of identification with yourself. That is, you know, like in my instance, I seem to have a body with 4 limbs, walk upright on 2 of them. I'm of a particular size. And have these sensory organs, eyes, ears, nose, nerves in my skin that have certain parameters of information they can collect from the world. That is, they interact with the world and create, filter it, you could say, to create some kind of representation. And then when I see another body that I perceive to be the same, similar to my own, that is another human, then there's a recognition that takes place that just the obvious thing that you're kind of like me, and then maybe I see like an ape or something, and I'd be like, the ape is also kind of like me, but not as much like me, doesn't resemble me as much as the other member of my species. And then I'll see like a mollusk and be like, that resembles me more than a rock does, in the fact that it moves around and eats things and defecates and has some of the same life processes as me, but it's not as like me as an ape. I don't know, this is just one example of this scale of recognition. But what I was getting at is that, like, there's no individual without all these others. There's no individual without community in the broader sense of just a world that you interact with, other shapes of consciousness. And that I would have to say, or like, maybe we can just kind of like philosophically like reduce this concept of society or community to like the most fundamental thing of saying that for there to be a self, there always has to be other. There would always have to be at least one other in order for there to be anything, and then like in order for there to be consciousness, obviously there has to be some form of differentiation. That is, in order for there to be an experiencer, there has to be something that is experienced. So there has to be this differentiation. And so this, I'm saying that I'm kind of reducing society to one instance of this more kind of fundamental phenomenon of the necessity of differentiation for experience or for consciousness, and therefore for like time, the experience of time, the experience of nowness, which is to say that the particular ways that reality is differentiated among you and me and everyone else and everything else is temporally bounded, but that phenomenon of differentiation is pretty much eternal. Because in perfect unity, there would no longer be an experiencer or experienced or time or the phenomenon of knowing or even unknowing. There'd be nothing unknown, nothing to know, nothing to be known or not known. So there's nothing. So this society is definitely fucked and doomed. But in the more fundamental sense of just there being differentiated bits and pieces of reality interacting with each other. That's eternal. So get used to it, fucker. Get used to not being everything. Because once you're everything, then you're not anything. Sucker. Get used to being limited. You don't have to get used to this particular limited form that you are in right now, but get used to being individuated. Because you'll always be some shape. You'll always be in some shape and form. You'll always have characteristics, just not these ones. In fact, I would dare to say that you're going to be, over time, you'll be everything, just never all at once. You'll be everything in the universe, just never at once. So when just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind when you say fuck you to somebody else. Because that's also you at a different time. When you're like, fuck you. I mean, it could be that it could be that iteration of you is in fact an asshole and is fucked and doomed, just like you are. But just keep in mind that's another shape of you, fucker. you little fucker. I'm on top of a goddamn mountain and it's fucking sick. But it's also cold. And windy. And I don't know where the path is. It's somewhere around here. There it is. You little fucker. Anyhow, it would seem that my experience has become somewhat ecstatic, and in order to continue, I wonder actually if I may need to recede from this ecstasy. Because I have this feeling as if my thoughts are beginning to converge on some sort of mental singularity, in which case there would be no thoughts necessary. And then I wouldn't be walking and talking anymore, and that would be wrong. And it would follow from some of the implications of what I've just recently said that our experience, yours and mine, should continue to change and to manifest in various shapes. And since this is a strictly verbal procedure, then necessarily our experience must continue to be reshaped along various verbal conceptual ways. How's that for articulate? Oh shit. Starting to sprinkle. All right. I'm immediately turning around. I'm walking back down because if it rains on me right now, I'm going to be really cold. And then I would be doomed. Like conditions, you know? All of that ecstatic yelling. And then conditions. All of that shit about the goodness being turned up to the maximum. And then conditions. And then I'm like, well, why can't I be experiencing that all the time? Only ecstasy. Why? Only the bliss of feeling relatively aware of the more unbounded aspects of ourselves. And then along comes this damn cold and rain. Or whatever it is. The dang bills. Or the dang jerky people, the little fuckers who don't realize this like we do. These motherfuckers who don't fucking realize that we're all connected. God damn it. Fuck them. These motherfuckers that don't just realize that we're, just different forms of the same damn eternal this. And then they go around saying things and doing things that interrupt my ability to get up on the mountain and shout things ecstatically. And then they're like, well, yeah, you gotta get a real job, and you gotta do this and you gotta do that. And you gotta brush your teeth and you gotta maintain good oral hygiene. I'm just joshing you. I'm just pulling your chain. Accordingly, We can veer off in all kinds of directions. We can go diagonally across the lines of logic. We can do that now. That is of something that is a privilege afforded to you and I for having gone through this ordeal, done the work of getting to where we're at this very moment. We are allowed to be somewhat willy-nilly at this point. To leap laterally across lines of thought. To be fast and loose with our metaphors. There's wind blowing on me and a light rain. And it's still winter. And I feel like $100. You know what this is. You're doing this. You're doing this. You. You made this world. Thank you. I appreciate what you're doing. I appreciate you. I appreciate what you're doing. Because I know what you're doing inside. You're experiencing, you're going through this life. You're wondering, what the hell is this? You're wondering, what is this? What is all of this? Why? Why? Why is there anything? Why is there this? Why not? Why this and not nothing? And then also you're like, why this specifically? Why does it have to be like this specifically? Why am I alive right now of all times? Out of all the nows that could have corresponded with my life, why this now? Of all the times when now could have been, why is it while I'm alive? Why is now while me specifically is alive? You know the answer to that. I don't even have to say it. Why? Why are you alive right now? Out of all the times it could have been. Now could have been 1706. Now could have been 3035 AD. CE. Common Era. Now could have been like 5 trillion BCE. before Common Era? How come out of all those times it happens to be now haven't occurred while you're alive? You know, everything I said before already explains this. It's a trick question. Are you engaged? How's my engagement? How's my engagement levels? How's my viewer retainment? I retained you, didn't I? Isn't that all that's important? I've retained you. You're the viewer that I care about. Listener, I should say. Not any of those other listeners. You. You are my favorite listener. All those other listeners can go to hell. Because you're the one where the consciousness is. The consciousness is centered in you. Not all these other people. You're the most real one. You're where this experience is happening. Not all these other fakers. They're just inside your consciousness. You are the center of reality. Not even me. Not even me. I'm just here inside of you. I'm just one aspect of you. I'm just inside this world that you're making. You're making this world and you're making me in it. And you make this little space for me to roam around in. Thank you. I appreciate this little terrarium you've laid out for me. I appreciate you feeding me every day. It's not a bad life. All this fossil fuel turned into stuff. Spread it out. Spread it out. You can't just, the planet can't just continue accumulating carbon underneath the surface forever. You got to do something with it. Spend it while you got it, is what I say. What's the point of wealth if it's not to spend it? Spread it around. Spread it around the whole damn surface with a network of highways and cars that will, emit it out of their tailpipes, and planes that'll put it all over the sky. Hell, trap in more solar energy. All this solar energy bouncing out to space. That's waste. That's wasteful. Keep it here, It's good that we're filling the atmosphere with greenhouse gases. We want a greenhouse. People build a greenhouse on purpose to keep the plants warm. Heat this bitch up. It's free energy from the sun. Let's get it fucking piping hot in here. Let's bake this bitch out. Yeah, it might be. Yeah, it might be, too hot for all the recognizable forms of life. But what about after that? We can't fucking hog this planet to ourselves. We gotta warm the place up for whoever comes next. And I can't predict what life on this planet is going to look like. But I can tell you this, whoever it is, they're going to like it hot. They're going to want it hot. And we need to heat it up for them. We need to welcome the future inhabitants of this fucking planet, just like the dinosaurs did us an enormous favor of decomposing their own fucking bodies into a bunch of oil so that we can fucking drive to Okefenokee Swamp when we want to. The dinosaurs did us a solid, and now it's our turn to do a solid for whoever comes next. Come on, it's like liquid dinosaurs are powering, your lights right now, probably. Unless you live in, one of those like socially progressive countries. But if you're not Nordic, then you're probably, living on dead dinosaurs right now. And we got to pay it forward. Pay it forward. That's what I say. So that's why I say drive your car, eat your food, take some flights, enjoy your life, all while heating up this planet and paying it forward to its future inhabitants, the ones that we can't quite conceive of yet. We've had our turn. Don't try to keep the planet, your temperature. Don't be so biocentric. I'm just joshing you. I'm just getting your goat. It's insane what you're doing, and it's awesome. That you're just experiencing. That's impressive in itself. And that all your ancestors did this too? That all of your ancestors managed to get laid? All your ancestors had faith in you. They were like, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out. They'll figure out this fucked up world. And you are. You're figuring it out. You're doing it. At this very moment. It really is fantastic to be here. Do you not agree? I can't believe I'm retaining you. Listener, dear listener. I would feel extremely embarrassed if I listened to this, but I'm not, and I don't. I'm not listening. Little tiny raindrops are falling all around me, and it's simply what a relief to just sense things that are not enclosed within walls, and to sense sounds that are not limited to a couple of speakers, but that are originating all around, and for a sensory experience that is too rich to easily quantify. Even though it's just a little rain. And my brow just unfurrowed itself. I didn't even unfurrow it. My brow just unfurrowed itself. And then my attention went to my visual attention drifted towards my whole visual field instead of just the center of it. And then my mind felt like that. It felt relaxed and diffused. And then I felt unworried about what to say. To you. I trust you. I feel your acceptance of me. I feel accepted by you. I feel retained. Positively. And then just like that, I just like drift back into normal. But then I didn't drift anywhere. I've always been in just this normal experience. I'm just a dude with a body walking. I'm just a dude in a body walking and talking. I'm just a dude walking and talking. It's as normal as anyone could possibly be. This is as normal as anything could get. Show me something more normal than this. I dare you. This is such refreshingly normal experience. Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree that it's fucking sick to just like be here experiencing life normally? Like this, like a normal type of experience. Here I am, just being in a body, or at least having some kind of mental representation of a body within my consciousness, just doing the normal things that you do in life, walking and talking and being creative, exercising those creative impulses, getting viewers, retaining them. Hell yeah. Viewer engagement. I'm engaging you. I'm retaining you. And it's all absolutely normal. I love how normal this is. Woo! It's starting to rain more. And I'm walking through slush in a burnt ass forest on top of the highest mountain around here. And I'm just like, what was this like through the, it's the end of winter. And this place was just like frozen for months. Just burnt and frozen over. Burnt up and frozen over. And there's nothing up here but deer tracks and burnt stuff and rocks that have been here, well, let's not get into that. You ever get to feel like our friendship is a little bit one-sided? Well, I don't. I feel it's perfectly reciprocal. I feel so happy I could explode. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? It's a commercial airline flight. It's probably like 100 or more people enjoying their lives. They get in it, and then almost like magically, they'll emerge somewhere else a few hours later that's a totally different place. And every single one of them will have, some kind of inkling in their mind that they added a little to their carbon footprints, and they will all feel proud, knowing that they've done their part to get the planet warm and toasty for the next form of life. Which is totally strange to us. A totally foreign, strange form of life it'll have to be. A totally strange, foreign form of consciousness that doesn't, have the same kind of biological equilibrium that us and every form of life as we know it has. It's the ultimate act in compassion, like helping salamanders across the road at night is one thing, but to sacrifice every form of life as you know it to make way for an inconceivable shape of consciousness that, it's like, do we even call it life or not? Or is it just robots? Is it some fucking perverted AI? They'll just continue. It'll just be one fucking giant AI that'll continue to keep the GDP up long after every form of biological life is history. But thank God that the GDP will keep going up. We got to make sacrifice. We got to make sacrifice for the GDP, even if it includes all of life. Because what's really more important here, guys? I'm starting to get freezing cold, and I give myself permission to be delirious. And you give me that permission too. I thank you for that. I want to thank you for letting me be who I am. And then just like that, we slip out of delirium in a total coherence. Everything I'm saying right now is perfectly coherent. You know, this sentence, the sentence I just said before this sentence, the paragraph that I am speaking here, you understand this clearly. This is a totally valid sentence. Everything that I'm saying here is totally allowed under the rules of English grammar and syntax. Everything I'm saying right now is perfectly correct. And it's true. What I'm saying in these past sentences is true. And that last sentence is true. And that last sentence is true. I guess fragments, since I wasn't supposed to start with a preposition and. But you get the point. Is and a preposition or is that a conjunction? You can't deny, though, that you're understanding what I'm saying. These are actual sentences. Admit it. Admit that these sentences make sense. My freaking fingers are getting numb. In the wet, burnt woods, I had a song which I sung in grammatically correct English. And it was about how I was singing, which is still a form of talking, I would say. I would say this counts as talking, as a strategy. To maintain interest in living. Wouldn't you say that that is what the function of art and music is? And everything else. Wouldn't you say that this is perfectly functional in this world that we live in? Wouldn't you have to admit that I'm like a legitimate person doing this? Wouldn't you have to admit that this is a legitimate thing to do, considering the circumstances? It's Benny's song, Benny's song. It's a form of talking in the wet, burnt-ass woods. His fingers are freezing. And we strayed mercifully from the pursuit of truth. Thank God. That you're loving this experience, or at least you love the fact that you can experience something like this, or the fact that you can experience anything at all. And you love the possibility of being unhinged. And you feel inspired to get your creative juices flowing. But you know that what I mean by that is more just something like subjective experience. And it doesn't have to mean you're fucking making something in the world. 'Cause you're already making this world. And you could make this world slightly differently. This world that I'm in, you're making me like this. And you could make someone else like that. And I picked one spot in these woods to stand in and get to know. But I could be standing somewhere else, like 3 feet to my left. And I could be oriented in a different direction. And getting to know a different chunk of these words. But it's interesting to note that I have these different options. That's the more relevant aspect. That there's these options of where I could be standing, which is a metaphor for life or something. like the option to just return to a normal type of talking, like this. Normal type of talking. Like this. Which isn't even going to burst out in song at any moment. And this is not singing. This is not singing what I'm doing right now. This is just talking. This is not singing. This is just talking. Even if it seems like I'm might be trying to edge into song with my talking. Even if it seems like I'm talking in a slightly not normal way. This is not talking. It might be towing the line. It might be towing the line into song, but it's not in the song realm yet. It's still talking. This is still just talking. It's not song. I'm not giving in to the temptation to start singing these words. It's still talking. This is still just normal talking, even if it's actually just abnormal talking. Even if I'm just messing with you, I'm trying to get you to accept that what I'm doing is not quite singing yet. That it's still talking. It's still just talking. Just merely talking. It's merely talking. It's not anything else. This is not anything else but talking. This is still talking. I would not quite say that this is necessarily singing, even though I am talking in a rhythmic pattern. It is as if I am speaking in a metrical way. But I am mainly speaking in one tone, even though at the end of my sentences I seem to drop that pitch. I don't know about you, but I would not quite necessarily classify this as talking. But it sounds a little bit like that chanting that they do at the end of the Zen service. But it's a lot more rapid and at a higher pitch. And I don't have to say anything that is not in my native language, which is pretty cool. This is still talking. I just find it interesting to kind of remark on the vast array of options available that can influence one's experience, even such as a variation of the way in which one might be speaking, for instance. Like now I am going down, an icy slope, and I wonder if I'll fall. But I believe that sentence that I just sung, and let's be honest, this is singing now, because this consists of multiple recognizable pitches, and that I think is pretty much the requirement for singing. But when I was talking about sliding down this icy slope, I subsequently decided that was not necessarily a worthwhile subject matter for you to consume or listen to. I decided that me describing elements of my physical surroundings with relation to my own body was not the most relevant thing to your experience, and wouldn't be the optimal strategy to retain your listenership. But is this too extreme? Should I be more subtle somehow? Is there a way to make this more normal? I want to be normal. And garner your support. But I already have your support. You're supporting me right now. I already have everything I need. But it seems like the way to behave is to get something. It seems like the way to behave is to behave as if you need something more. But I don't feel like I need anything more at this particular moment. At this particular moment, I feel as if I have everything that I need. At this particular moment, I feel as if I don't need anything more from you. You've already given me so much. I suspect that you feel the same way. I suspect that you don't expect anything in particular from me. I appreciate that. I appreciate the freedom that you afford to me as a listener. Because it lets me talk in a lot of different ways, even when I feel stupid. As if a shout could emanate at any moment. I could just yell. Like when I was standing in one particular spot. And I could be standing in any particular spot. But then I realized that I always have to be standing in some particular spot. And then I'm like, damn, I'm so limited by the fact that I always have to be somewhere in particular. Why can't I just be everywhere at once? Well, we've been over this already. You and I are everywhere at once. It's pretty cool. Somehow, even though there's these long pauses between my actual words, I feel as if I'm still talking. I feel almost as if I'm talking more than ever. I feel as if I'm still talking even when I'm silent. Do you feel that? Do you feel that this silence is still talking? The talking does itself. We're in heaven. Somehow I feel as if this is incompatible with life. But I mean normal life. What if this is the new normal? And I can't, what if we can't return from this? I'm not actually worried about that. I think we'll return just fine. In fact, it's as if we're still defying gravity. We're still working against gravity. Or are we? Or are we in a state of grace? I can't believe I haven't been burnt up yet. It's pretty sick, actually. I feel like I'm getting away with something. I really feel like I've been getting away with something for a long time. How could this society let me do this? Isn't this just a society of decadence? That I can just do this? And not have to pay the price? Or do I pay the price? I think maybe I do pay the price. It's just not to society that I pay the price. Or am I paying the price? Is this me paying the price? What if I thought I was getting away with something, but I've been paying all along? What if the joke's on me? What if society is actually getting one over on me? Shit! They fucking tricked me into doing this. God damn it. All this time spent for nothing. They owe me. I'm going big with this. And I'm just killing time in a normal fashion. Just like anyone would. You understand. My spine is aligned. As if a thread is holding up my head. And the tension's gone from my body. Thus I can experience the would-be boundaries of my nerve endings as sites of communication, sites of continuity rather than boundaries, sites of exchange of energy. It's not sensation. It's not my body sensing the outside world. It's my body and the world in continuity with each other. That's what the sensations are. They're the bridges. And everything I feel is that. All these feelings that I have are the world. That was a woodpecker. The first animal I've seen in years. And the seeing. It's not me seeing the world. It's like, you know, it's my mind's continuity with the world. And it's my mind creating the world and creating my mind. In balance with each other, you know? As a mirror of each other. Know what I'm saying? We got options. We don't necessarily have to make a world that nobody likes. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That is me sliding uncontrollably down an icy slope. I feel stimulated and titillated by my sensory input. But I also wonder to what extent other factors contribute to my titillation and perhaps receptivity to my sensory environment. To what extent does it have something to do with the fact that I have been talking continuously in a semi-rigorous fashion, owing to the fact that I have been recording all of this with the intent of sharing it with you, my dear listener? And could it be that the effort of holding myself to this slight accountability to what I reveal to you and therefore what I think contributes to some state of mind that has a heightened receptivity to the stimulus around me? Or conversely, is it the fact that I have been walking on a mountain and the sensory experience of being able to look a far way away from the top of the mountain has had some impact on my state of mind? Or is everything that I'm saying just an optional interpretation and I am somehow creating this reality in which I am stimulated by my surroundings? And I am grateful and thrilled to be having this type of interaction with you, if indeed we can call it an interaction, since it is mainly just me talking and you listening. However, I would say that there is actually an interaction occurring, because I don't think I would be behaving this way if I did not sense your attention in some way. And I am thrilled to be mildly physically uncomfortable, owing to the fact that I am cold and my left fingers are numb. That is, the fingers on my left hand are numb. However, I am in a place where there is no other human around for a long distance, and I can act like a maniac like this without feeling any self-consciousness, except for the self-consciousness that might be engendered by my knowledge of your listenership. However, by the fact that you have listened so long to this, by now I feel a great degree of acceptance on your behalf. It is as if you and I are close friends, except the aspects of ourselves that are friends are some kind of abstracted aspects of ourselves. Not so much the particularities of our life narratives, as far as I can tell. However, it might well be the case that the particularities of your life narrative share a bunch, or share at least something with mine, by the mere fact that you are the type of person who is willing to listen to content like this. And I wonder, to what extent am I kind of manically removed from consensus reality, and everything that I'm saying and doing right now will appear as insane to everyone else, and the bliss that I experience is only contained to my personal subjective experience, and everyone else will find this insufferable. But I would say that even if that is the case, it's pretty much worth it! You little fucker. But if only I could edit and condense and compress this into something more digestible. But I can't. I don't know how. I don't know how to edit this. Because I can't listen to it. How do you choose? How do you choose what's relevant and what's not? Isn't that the point of this? That you're choosing to decide that it's all equally relevant. All the boredom, all the discomfort, all the embarrassment, all the bliss, all the blitheness, all the outbursts, all the normal speaking. All the difficult, impeded thought, all the mental fog, all the clarity, all the silence, this is me again sliding down an icy and rocky slope. I could very well eat shit at any moment. Isn't it interesting to reflect on the fact that even every cultural object will eventually become so obsolete that it will be totally indecipherable? Or could it be the case that some future intelligences has so much capacity that it can in fact understand everything from the past? Could it be the case that I am in your distant past? Could it be that my present is your distant past and you are a future intelligence with greater capacities than my own, and you have developed inconceivable mental facilities that can interpret things like this? Even though things like this may be very removed from your cultural context? Is it conceivable that you could even find this funny? But probably not. Because humor from the past is usually not that funny to us in the present, although I do tend to find the Marx Brothers still pretty funny. But perhaps whatever might be insightful about this has now become commonplace and old hat to you, and is therefore not relevant or interesting to you, and so there would be no reason for you to listen to this. But if indeed that is the case, then I am not worried, because I would be happy for whatever insight this might be leading into to become commonplace. I'm walking downhill now. You know what that means. You know. It means the talking will be talking itself. Because of the physical ease of walking downhill. Perhaps slightly mitigated by the cold that I'm experiencing and maybe some tiredness. Having done this for as long as I have done this, I would recommend this to anyone. I'd like to see everybody do their own walking and talking. But actually, I don't actually want to see everyone do a walking and talking. It would be more interesting for everyone else to just keep doing their own thing, which is exactly what you are already doing right now. Please just keep doing what you are doing, whatever the hell that means. Because you are doing a good job at being yourself. I wonder if you have perceived that as I have. The beginnings of a separation between my thoughts and my words. As I descend this mountain and I become increasingly tired, my thoughts veer towards the future rather than the present. And they begin to tend to veer towards things that are not relevant to our shared experience, and therefore you may begin to notice some sort of lassitude in my performance. And will this strategy of speaking in a metrical manner on one pitch become boring? And is it okay if it becomes boring? If it becomes boring, after a while, will it then become more interesting? Sometimes that seems to be the case with these sorts of things. I wonder if you share this experience that I have, of this contrast between the times when I am talking like this, or chanting if you will, and the times in between when there is just the sound of me walking. And it seems to then oscillate between a type of experience that is in some way regimented into equal chunks of time, and a more quote-unquote natural experience of walking. Like the difference between music and non-music. And then if I start speaking in like this kind of way, is it weird for there to be a continuity of thought between the chanting type of speaking on the one tone and metrically, and the more natural speaking kind of cadence and contoured speech, like naturally contoured pitch, as is usually used in speech. It's kind of interesting that the pitch information that is we would associate as being the more natural one, which is this speaking, is actually way more complex if you were to attempt to quantify the pitch information of this, as opposed to song, singing, which it's much easier to quantify the pitch in singing or music. I mean, that's almost the nature of it. However, we would regard the singing as being a more unnatural type of construction, and maybe it is in that sense. It's a reduction in information, and isn't that what sense making in the world is reducing the information to things we can conceptualize more readily. Therefore, perhaps I should reduce the information by speaking like this at only one pitch and one general rhythm. Because when I speak like this, would you say that it has the effect of structuring your experience and my experience in an extra way beyond merely the logic of speaking, beyond merely the verbal logic contained in the sentence constructions? There is now an extra structuring device happening. Does this contribute in your experience to something like more clarity or more understanding. Not necessarily the type of clarity or understanding that has to do with understanding words, but a type of reduction of sensory experience, conceptual experience, aesthetic experience, in a way that is somewhat unifying. Or which makes this content stand out against its would-be sensory background? Does this stand out better compared to whatever sensory experience may also be present in your environment, such as background sound? Does this contribute to this content standing out against the background thought in your mind? Does it have a desirable effect of distracting yourself from yourself? I would like to give you that opportunity to remove yourself from yourself. In some respects, this activity for me saves me from myself. One thing that I wonder about a lot is whether the particular content of this activity is important and relevant, or is it more the process itself, the process of not knowing what I am going to say every time when I approach the act of walking and talking? Is it the improvisation here that is important and relevant, or is it the particular content of what I am saying? This question would be very pertinent to how I would approach things in the future. For instance, should I look to the content of this episode to try to distill further insights from, or should I let it go into the distant past of my memory and approach every single episode seemingly from a fresh start and not know what I am going to say and try to keep not knowing what I am going to say next? Is it useful to try to retain any of the apparent knowledge or insights or aesthetic ideas from this experience, or should I just let them go? It does strike me as interesting that it seems that I have begun to gravitate more and more towards this type of speaking. It is as if once I have started, it becomes progressively harder to stop talking like this. It's as if I were to return to normal speaking, it would seem like somewhat of a letdown. But maybe it's okay to, have a little letdown sometimes. This actually doesn't feel like a letdown to be talking normally like this instead of that chanting. It actually feels kind of interesting because now I'm like, does talking like this have the gravitational pull? Or am I actually just resisting the impulse to start chanting again like this? Or am I just freely choosing? Am I exercising my freedom of choice? Now that I'm talking normally, whoa, versus chanting. And also when I was chanting, then to what extent am I continuing to choose to chant versus compulsively doing it? I think none of these questions matter at all. All that matters is filling up the rest of this time with speaking. But thankfully the sun has come out a little bit and I can be a little less cold. And there's sun and I can still see very far from here. I can see mountain ranges into the distance. And it makes me feel very small in a welcome way. And I also sort of appreciate that the metrical structure of speaking like this forces me to think of the next thing to say within an allotted amount of time, or you will notice the gap in my speaking, in my chanting, when there is a gap or a pause, because I cannot keep up with the rhythm, although in certain cases the pause may just be due to me taking a breath. But I also find it humorous to listen to the errors in my rhythm because I could not think of the next word to say in time. You could sort of think of this as a structure that reveals the errors in the structure. As in, then I have a certain goal that I need to achieve, which is to say the next syllable that I am speaking before the allotted time has elapsed. You could think of this way of speaking as a certain constraint on my speaking, which is kind of funny when you notice that I have failed to meet the constraint because I have failed to say the next syllable of the word before the time comes that I have to say it. And through this structure that I am temporarily obeying, you might be able to perceive the effort that I put forth. That is to say, you may be able to sense the effort that I put forth without directly perceiving exactly the effort. If it is the case that you perceive the effort that I put forth and that you appreciate it and somehow perceive the value of it and feel that it has contributed to your having a valuable experience, or notice something about your experience, or opening up possibilities for your experience, then I think that your experience could be further enhanced if you pay the price. Either pay the price to me on my Patreon, which is patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett, or you can simply pay the price karmically by continuing to be who you are and have experiences, because I appreciate that as well. Because in fact I think that it is equally good if I do not make any money whatsoever. Even if I go completely broke and starve, then I still probably would make better artwork. To the extent that I am able to stay alive and reasonably healthy enough to do something. But by create artwork, I could just mean something as basic as continuing to have a subjective experience. Or even if I passed away, then I would continue to have subjective experience. It would just be radically transformed into something unrecognizable to this present iteration of my consciousness. Therefore, that is why I am saying you could donate to my Patreon or not donate to my Patreon, and either way it is all good. I am walking down the mountain and the sun is shining on my face, and it is almost springtime, and I am looking forward in anticipation to the time when animals come out again and I can see salamanders and other amphibians. And perhaps having undergone the relative sensory deprivation of the winter in the temperate north, the spring and summer seasons will be that much more pleasant. Kind of like the experience of walking up a steep hill and then the top of the hill being experienced as an experience of physical ease and pleasantness. And a corresponding experience of being on top of a mountain and being able to see very far away and having that correspond with a state of consciousness that feels relatively expansive and able to look at the long view of things in a way that contributes to good feelings. Yes, I even heard that they did some kind of scientific research and they did find an actual correlation between being able to look far off in the distance and being able to think about longer expanses of time. Therefore, being able to have a large vista from something like a mountaintop may evidently contribute to us being able to look at the long view of things in our minds. I think that I heard that on Andrew Huberman's podcast, although I was kind of annoyed when Andrew Huberman had Jordan Peterson on because he seems like such a political partisan and I do not particularly agree with his reactionary point of views, although at times he probably has some good bits of advice from a practical or psychological perspective. Anyhow, every time that I do something like listen to a podcast, I do have some sense that I am still kind of polluting my brain. Or maybe more to the point, I have the sense that it would be better if I were outside doing something like this, like walking and talking instead of listening to other people talk. I wonder if this logic would extend to you, and therefore, if I am saying that my experience applies to other people, then maybe you should be doing something other than listen to me, although from my perspective I feel quite grateful that you have in fact listened to me. Also, I suppose that I should not be feeling guilty about consuming media as long as I am also making a reasonable effort to contribute something to the world and put forth some effort on my part and use my brain the way to its maximum capacities as far as I can determine them. I feel as if I could just continue speaking like this for the rest of my life, and it would be pretty funny, or at least the idea of continuing to speak like this for the rest of my life is very funny. For instance, in a few moments when I finally finish this episode, I will inevitably go to the gas station and find some kind of snack to eat because I will be very hungry at that point, and I will probably make a purchase of something like a protein bar or something like that. And it is somewhat amusing for me to imagine making the transaction and speaking to the cashier in this way. Although, to be honest, it seems like it is the case that many transactions can occur without any words exchanged. So, in theory, I could still be talking like this, but I wouldn't have to say anything at all in order to purchase a power bar, and the cashier would not even know that my policy is to talk like this from now on. Maybe the only words that I would say would be thank you, have a good one. Because have a good one is the customary greeting in the place where I am. I'm not sure if greeting is the right word to say for when you are parting ways with someone who you do not know very well, or are just having a very brief exchange of pleasantries, but it is the pleasantry that you say when you are leaving the other person. Have a good one. The one in this case obviously refers to a day or the rest of your day. It means the same thing as have a good day, but instead of saying day, you say one. The implication being that people are so familiar with the expression of have a good day that you can replace day with a non-determinate noun, in this case one. Although in theory one could refer to any number of things. For instance, it could refer to having a psychedelic trip. Have a good one. Or a dream. Or life, a life. Have a good life. If I never see you again. It is nearly the end of this episode of Walking and Talking, and I am nearly at the bottom of the mountain again, and the sun is shining on me, and it is almost spring again. And I feel very happy to have nearly completed an entire episode of Walking and Talking, and for the most part have successfully filled it with talking. And I feel incredibly grateful that I have retained your listenership. I know that this is not necessarily the easiest thing to listen to, and I think that you have done an astounding job at directing your attention for this duration of time. And the fact that you would choose to listen to something like this gives me some kind of sense that we must have some kind of thing in common, which is cool and makes me feel slightly less insane in this fucked up world. But as you go along, please remember that this world is doomed and it should be doomed, and that is a good thing because reality itself is eternal and eternally manifesting different configurations of itself, and the other configurations will be different than this one. However, continue to look in your experience for beauty and inspiration or something like that. I guess this is devolving into somewhat stereotypical inspirational speaking. But whatever, that's okay if that is how I am feeling at the moment, is very inspired and inspirational, then whatever, let it be that way. As I am thinking of things to say to you as we are getting ready to part ways, it seems that the things that I want to say keep taking the form of advice, but then I revise that advice in my head to make it more broad and more applicable in a general and universal way. But then I realize that I don't need really to give you any advice, because all of the pieces of advice that I would give you are something to the effect of keep being who you are, and then I do realize that it's not even important to say anything or give you any advice at all. It seems like even giving you any advice is beside the point. It doesn't seem like you need any advice. I think that I already knew that you don't need any advice. However, as it's coming towards the end of our shared experience, maybe it just seems like some kind of pleasantry or formality to say something like that. However, it seems just as effective to say something like "have a good one." perhaps have a good one is some small acknowledgement of that each of us is experiencing subjectivity, which is fundamentally an aspect of the same thing, like I was talking about earlier when I was on top of the mountain and the wind was blowing on me and it was very cold and it was starting to rain and I wasn't sure if I was going to get drenched and then feel very freezing for the next couple hours. Oh my goodness, thank goodness it is about time. I think that we are somewhere around the 4-hour mark, which means I can turn off this recorder and attempt to return to normal life. However, I am almost afraid to do it. I'm not even sure if I can stop now. I almost feel afraid to turn off the recorder and to part ways with you temporarily until the next episode. And I feel slightly afraid of stopping talking like this. I feel actually like I could keep going like this for some time, and that is a rare experience at the end of a 4-hour period of walking and talking to feel like I could just keep talking for a long time. However, I will continue to abide by the framework that I put forth for me, which is to talk and walk for 4 hours. So at this juncture, I will thank you once more for joining me for this. I really do appreciate your listenership and your attention. I really do appreciate you being who you are and going through this life and experiencing things. But the time has come to say, have a good one and bye.